So that's what happens to it. Okay, let me put it back on. Try to close that out, but I can't. Hopefully this actually, I can hear it. Can I hear it? Hello? Shit. Still can't hear it? Why there's no sound? Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. That's not what's on now. Try this again. Okay, let me see. Hope we got some sound here. Let me see. Okay, cool. Alright, we got some sound. Oh man, Godfrey. Sorry, no, I couldn't fix that's not gonna get in contact with these beats for our intros. Big ups. As you see, we don't see eye to eye. I still promote my man's beats. Wonderful beat maker, man, wonderful guy. Concerning that part, everything else I don't know, but my man's dynamite. Boy, we want to thank guys maybe chiming in, listening to this. But this is a topic on how Most High been talking to us from day one, and how the Most High is talking to us this very day. And hit him with the you know what I mean? We'll get some claps out to the people who's out here fighting a good fight for the spiritual fight. We want to say big ups to those who are staying steadfast in the Ten Commandments. We want to say big ups to those who are keeping their heads level. Not so heavenly good, you ain't shit, and no so earthly good, you ain't shit. But that balance that everybody talk about. Because that balance is serious, man. That balance is very serious because we serve a balanced creator. We serve a balanced creator. The Most High Yahweh, he's balanced in everything he do, say, and create. And that's why you have so many things and people wanting to disharmonize things that are made in nature. So we're going to a conversation with the Most High today. The last video we tried to make just now wasn't no audio. I'm gonna run in my mouth. I'm like, oh, something said check the audio, idiot. I'm like, all right. You want to talk to me like that? Take that off. How's everybody doing out there today? I hope everybody's in a good mood. You should give yourself put up a good fight. One for your own soul. The Most High don't do cowards. I just want y'all to know, it takes a lot of courage. A lot of courage, man. To trust in something that you cannot see. This is how it was easy for me to trust the Most High. Some simple shit, folk. Hey, saints, some simple shit. But first, let us pray this into again. Heavenly Father, we thank you for waking us up. Thank you for allowing us to make sense of these things on this planet. We ask for your protection and your guidance. We ask that you confirm these words and let it be according to your will, your divine will, and not my say so. We ask that you would bless this conversation. We ask that you would open up the minds and the ears of those who is meant to hear it, do it, and those who have the courage to live it. So, Father, we ask you, let this be an encouragement. So when people hear or watch these names, they say, oh, that's what's happening right now. Thank you, Yah, for talking to us that now we can actually see your word in action. Your living words in action. Your living words in action. And man, not males, females, this, that. Can you imagine? Though you don't get sick, though we probably didn't have no ailments, whatever. No, we all wasn't there. We're here now, but we wasn't there then. Everything on the planet was all good until some nigga or nigga of some species, of some form, decide to fuck with the shit. People do it to this very day. Prime example. Motherfuckers been doing pure cocaine for centuries. Now some devilish motherfucker decided they want to get biological with it, get scientific with it, and start fucking up the chemical purity of it. I only use that because that's all most of you motherfuckers relate to anyway. There's cocaine, drugs, and all this other extra bullshit. So if y'all hear that coming out of my mouth more than when it should, that's the fucking reason. That's all I've been around since I left California and before California. After I left California and before. You know, that's just black civilization. Eventually it leads you to drugs and death. That's just what it is. Set up, backdoor, whole nine. That's the system of it. Okay, fast forward. So what is the Most High saying? Because if you think about it, he said everything was all good. Then he put man and woman created from the same earth on there. And it was all good too. Now everybody's fucking cursed. Everything on the earth, man, everything, damn thing's cursed. So it makes sense that there's what? Gluttony, drug addiction, alcoholism. It ain't the motherfucking thing itself. It's the fact that you're gonna fuck with it. You're gonna fuck with it. You're gonna tamper with the pure. You wanna stretch it. You wanna make more out of it. I'll bet from somebody hearing that you can't squeeze blood of a turnip, I bet somebody done did that shit already. They made it to where you can actually squeeze real blood of a turnip. But on the screen you see, what does Eve's name mean, Adam's name mean? I should have asked for Lilith before Eve. So let's go back there. Let's go to ask for Lilith's name. We get to Adam. What do Lilith mean? Not lilies, motherfucker. Lilies and Lilith are not the same. Lilith, the meaning. Oh, he said lettuce. Goddamn.
According to Wikipedia.
Oh, now you're talking. No, we don't want to hear that shit. Lilith, meaning. Now, listen to the story. This is Genesis. Okay? Lilith, female, demonic figure of Jewish folklore, her name personally or thought to be derived from the class of Mesopotamian demons. Lulu, feminine, Lilitu, and the name is usually translated as night monster. Stripper clubs, prostitution, the oldest hustle on the planet is what? Okay, night monster. A cult associated with Lilith survived among some Jews as late as the 7th century CE. Now, let's see what she's known for. Well, hold on, let's go to mythology though. You there? Check it out. Hope y'all can see it a little clear. If you can, we'll have it on Facebook and YouTube tomorrow. But just hear us out. Let me big this up for you. Let's get this a big ups. Bang. Yeah. We don't miss shit. So, these are the first man and complete perfect man and woman on the planet. They both come from planet Earth. Not your world, not the black man's world, not the white man's world, not the Jew world, not this world, not no other world. Okay? There is no fucking Martians and shit. But there is boundaries. And there has to be some type of consciousness to keep things in line. Or may keep things at their boundaries. And I think they call them laws. A word that comes to my mind, or phrase, universal laws. Alright? Not no niggas laws, no man's law, but the universal laws that came before you motherfuckers started breathing. But we'll talk about the first woman before she became a female demonic figure. Check this out. The story of Lilith and Adam. One story tells that Lilith refused to lay beneath Adam during sex. Does that not sound familiar? Does that not sound familiar right now? Night monsters. Stripper clubs at night. The new rap female legends. We got all our children and all our grandmothers and all our women thinking that because they're color of their skin, or because they're a booty, or because they're that a man should work to give it all to them. You see this story? So when I say I don't fuck with black women or white women or white females or black females, that's because of this story. This is the soul of feminism. If I can't dominate you, man, then you ain't worth shit. And I'll get all the other men that dominated to hurt you. Is that not the facts in white and black America? For let it be out, let it be your will be done by the power of the Holy Spirit, and to the power before me, we only ask and pray that you intervene with this testimony, Papa. Let me add something real quick. People keep saying the Sabbath in these days. I'm going to let y'all know. Something been heavy on my spirit because I'm like, I never really get the Sabbath correct. But I know as long as I don't go out and try to hustle. Now, I'm not talking about selling drugs, motherfuckers. Just go out and try to get my hustle on and try to get my, you know what I mean, do me, I just get fucked up all the time. But I noticed lately, uh, when I admit that, Father, they done fucked up the calendar, the dates and times. But it's between this actual Saturday and this actual Friday, Saturday, Sunday, these 3 days. Somewhere along here, um, there's some truth in your rest. And nobody has the corner market on the actual date or day that the Sabbath really is. But I did find out about this time, Saturday sundown, or Friday sundown. I guess it's like a preparation. That now comes Sunday morning, we come out with videos like this about this time. And I'm looking forward to it now. Because I started to get shaky. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, I'm going to take commandments, God. However, I'm in enough pain. So I have to keep a balance in this. And Father, you know my heart, But now, back to knowing hearts. She refused to lay beneath Adam during sex. So who did she lay with? The beast. This is where the dragon / beast gets together to war against man. Y'all see this? This is what the whole religious circuit is about. All right, we're gonna find out what this means. Adam was a man, and Lilith was a woman. How did she become a demon? They were created equal, both of them dust of the earth, thus she should not have to lay beneath him. After Adam disagreed, Lilith fled the Garden of Eden and gained her independence. When the Edomites / beast mixture came to the black woman and said, you need your independence from your black man, or you need your independence from the man of God, because they know that no matter what condition the so-called black man is in, he's still a man of God. But the devil, female bitches, who got y'all calling yourselves bitches with long fingernails and corrupting what God has made perfect, you're corrupt. Can you reverse it if you get stuff put in your body? I would imagine you could, but it's not the body that has to be repentant, it has to be the heart. So whether you put it on or off, you're still fucked. So now, this would make sense when the dragon laid with the woman in Revelations. Lilith appears in the Hasbin Hotel. She is the ex-wife, first wife of Adam, the first human wife of Lucifer, queen of hell, and mother of Charlie. Lilith in popular culture. Where in the Bible does it talk about Lilith? Hold on. Isaiah 34. The Bible mentions the Lilith only once as a dweller in waste places. But the characterization of Lilith, or the lily, in its singular plural as a seducer or slayer of children, has a prehistory in ancient Babylonian religion. All of your religions are from Babylon. All of them. Islam, all of them. Egypt, all of them. There was a mass migration. There's only 3 stories where man has been scattered. from a bunch of motherfuckers to a whole lot of motherfuckers to a gang of motherfuckers to a remnant motherfuckers to now only a few niggas. If we get any smaller, there won't be no niggas. You see the circle getting smaller? The circle's getting smaller. Won't be no niggas. Won't be none. But you notice, Lilith is a seducer. Who is more seductive on the planet than the so-called modern day black female or black or white female or black male? We ain't talking about man or woman. We're talking about when you had a suffix or a prefix. Because in the Bible it says, do not add to my word and do not take from my word. In the beginning of the book, he says, I made man in my image. He didn't say no other niggas. He didn't say four-legged niggas. He didn't say rich niggas, poor niggas. Listen to don't add or take away from my shit, nigga. I think I shared this before about Frank Lucas. Remember him? In the movie? When that boy mixed his shit up in his dope, tried to cut it and stretch it. Came over to that restaurant and peeled that nigga's cap off in broad daylight. So you think if a man would do that, what you think the Most High gonna do? No, real shit. And when your boy with the red star on his head say, put some respect on my name, if y'all start shivering, what you think the Most High said? Y'all gonna learn today. Put some respect on my name. I don't even fuck with you. Using my name and shit I ain't got nothing to do with. Check out the video we made called From Babylon to Bible-lon. Ain't nobody using that term. Nobody's using that term. That term belongs to we. From Babylon to Bible-lon. I think that'll be the first book we probably should work on. Or might just a collection of all the videos that we already made. So whoever wants to get some of this money has all been validated too. Right, some of the stuff we already shared. Put in a book called From Babylon to Bible-lon. It'll be up there with Timbuktu. You better get you a pen and pencil, man. I'm telling you, you're going to need a pen and pencil, man. So now we know she's a screeching owl, seducer, and a slayer of children. Now, how better would it be to slay your children, right? And you don't want to lay with a man. So, listen to the story. I'm not having sex with this guy. I'm not having children with this guy. So the only way to slay this man's seed and his nuts is not and remove him and make everything hard around this man. Now, the woman Eve is not even on the scene yet. You non-Bible readers and Egyptian scholars, who want to be Egyptian scholars too. Eve is not on the scene yet. These are hundreds of years with Adam and Lilith. Because remember, Satan got cast to earth first. And that's how Lilith and Satan created their what? beast. Because the dragon, Satan, and Lilith, the woman with the crowns of stars around her head, they had their first children first. These humanoids, spirits with hair, and it was these who mixed with the daughters of mankind. Understand, Lilith did not lay with Adam. Something else did. Now, this is before Eve is born, though. So there's already a mixture of some supernatural motherfuckers already. Lilith is pure until she left Adam, became a demon. Satan left God, became what? A fallen one. And now they hate the children of God and Adam. We said this many a times. And yet we still keep hearing the same religious arguments. Folks throwing this Egyptian dart. This motherfucker throwing the Nawapian dart. And this throwing that dart. And I'm like, look at these goddamn these goddamn, what they call them? What they call them guys? Any root is primitive. The name usually translated as a night monster. Why do so many people love to be in the clubs and worshiping the people who's in the clubs and putting music in the club? I mean, I like the club music too, don't get me wrong. I like the music too. You know, after a hard day's work, you want to go, cool. But there is a culture club. It is making night monsters. And the cult associated with them survived among some Jews. What more do you need, family? When we showed you this picture. Hold on. Here it go. Is that not a Jew star? They're crafty. See the craftsmanship? I can't make this up. They know this. But if I can use the square and compass to fuck your mind up, I can use this sigil because Rephaim is what? Baby eaters. This 6-pointed star right here, the Rephaims, they are baby eaters. What's this? Baby eater, female demon, who hates what? The man of God. Adamites. This is why the black woman has been weaponized against you. And this is why the black man has been weaponized against you. Root word, man and woman. Fuck the color of your skin. Fuck your religion. Fuck what you think. Fuck all that. Y'all don't want to have that conversation. Y'all don't want to have that debate. It's right here in your face. Right here in your face. Right here in your face. Man, I got so excited. I'm almost smoke my whole blunt. There's some bullshit. I need me some candy. Hold on. I ain't got no teeth as it is. Fuck it. So who's a black Jew? Well, it makes sense. Everybody call themselves black Jews. That the children, the black children, don't fear the Most High. Now, one of the children don't practice the Ten Commandments. Like what? Adam did. Because the first commandment was, have no other God before me. There goes that. So the children today is under this spell. And now you have people with this six-pointed star of all walks of life, no matter what color skin or politics stand on. You hate Adamites. That's it. And that's why there's only a few chosen. Because there was thousands of these things before Adam and Eve had their first seed. Start this over. Here you go. Here is your golden seal to eternal hell. Happy hustle. The evil she threatened, especially against children and women in childbirth, was said to be counteracted by the wearing of an amulet bearing the names of certain angels. In rabbinic literature, Lilith is variously depicted as the mother of Adam's demonic offspring, following his separation from Eve, or as his first wife, whereas Eve was created from Adam's rib. Some accounts hold that Lilith was the woman implied in Genesis, was made from the same soil as Adam. Accidentally refusing to be subservient to her husband, Lilith left Adam and the perfection. Three angels tried in vain to force her to return. According to some mythologies, her demonic offspring was sired by an archangel named Samuel, and were not Adam's progeny. Those children are sometimes identified as incubi or succubi or succubus. Let's see what that is. Incubus. Let's check it out. Incubus. A demon in male form that seeks to have sexual intercourse with sleeping women. See why you have condoms, homosexuality, these things like that? Because now this demon male wants to have sexual intercourse with sleeping women, even if the male is dressed like a what? Woman. The corresponding spirit in female form is called a succubus. And the list goes on. Nightmare, to lie upon, weigh upon, brood. Then the Most High, one of the words in Messiah said, you what? You brood of vipers, you succubus, or you want to be successful. Ooh, yeah, they didn't know that. Everybody tells you to be successful. They didn't know that that's the spirit of a succubus. They didn't know that. You better look that up. They thought being successful was some wonderful thing. Hey, don't kill the messenger, man. Told y'all this shit already. Now that we got the name of Lilith and Adam, this is balance, is on the same page. Alright. I don't want to get off track. So I'm going to get out of this. Alright. What does Adam mean as a name? Earth, soil, the ground, the earth. Listen to what God is saying, using English. But because it's English, it ain't going to be the original. Shut the fuck up. Language evolves with every social construct. Oh, I forgot, you're not a political scientist. Oh, I forgot, you're not a, the other mumbo jumbo. Hold on, folks, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. So, what was Moses' plan before he did what? Touched the ground or the earth. Some people would say, well, he stuck his penis in the earth and his sperm went through the earth and, you know, back to that succubus shit. Always associate something with sex. Always. That's how you know the spirit of succubus, man. They want to suck your nuts through your ears, suck your coochie through a straw, suck your butthole. They just want to suck everything. Suck your soul, suck your money. You can be in misery, they want to suck that shit up too. Ooh. That's what we're looking for too. Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel, etc. What do their names mean? This is how Most High talks. Here we go. Listen to the conversation. This is what God was thinking about throughout all these names. I mentioned this many years ago. And I was excited that some educators actually did a video on it many years ago as well. And I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen nobody else show it, teach it, or talk about it yet. So I was in the shower. I didn't know what I was going to talk about. But I never know. And it said, show him, tell him that I've been talking to him all this time. And I'm talking to him again through you. I said, oh shit, here we go. I said, oh shit, here we go. So now, excuse me. The Most High knew before he named this conscious being Adam, he had to what? Touch the earth or soil. Now Lilith obviously is a woman version of what? Earth or soil. So there's a balance. because the woman earth, soil, didn't respect that the man earth, soil, has the seeds to plant in her earth or the seeds to plant in her soil, she said, fuck the fruit of the Most High's plans. The female do it right now. The black man do it right now and everybody else. Especially with condoms. And immoral sex. So now we understand that Adam, God, in his first mind, prior to putting consciousness on the planet, he named it Adam. What is it? It's earth and soil. That's what Adam is. Alright? The Most High said Adam's earth and soil. Not what you niggas say. Now what your black scholars say? Anything else? Do not add to my word. Do not take from my motherfucking word, thus says the Lord. Right? Most High Yah, the God of Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac. So listen to his word, verbatim. What is Eve's original name? It was called Isha, woman. The explanation that is because she was taken from Ish, meaning man. So Ish and Isha means woman. See how the ground became an Ish, not Jew, man. What is a Jew? Matter of fact, let's just say this. Before we say Jewish, what is a Jew? Etymology of Jew. Old English, Jewy, Latin, Dios, Aramaic, Hebrew, Yahudi, Yehuda, Judah. Now, that don't even look right because you have a J-U, but you have a J-E. So you, not you, or, you know what I'm saying? The pronunciation, in other words, there's no root connection between the J-E-W and the J-U-D. But you notice it has the ah there. But you get the Judaism, there's no ah. In other words, Judaism or Judah-ish, I mean that's a Judah man. Cause how we know? Because it's what? Oh shit, wrong one. Ish. He's a Judah-ish. He's Judah-ish. He's Hebrew-ish. Muslim-ish. Meaning man. She is a Hebrew-isha. See the language? Ish. Isha. These two words are not fact connected. Later, after the story of the garden complete, she will be given the name Hawa, Eve. This means living in Hebrew, from the root that also can mean snake. Now, Isha, woman. But now, something happened when the living found its roots in the snake. Now we're getting to the Bible and all this snake business. The dragon is already busy. Him and Lilith is gone somewhere. They're outside the garden. They're out all over the planet. Procreating some shit. Dinosaurs and all types of fucked up ass shit. Reference Greek mythology. Reference ancient Akkadian and Sumerian, Chinese. It's all over the world, but in the black world. But that's okay. For the most part, Isha, woman, Ish, man. So now, what it seems to me that this was Lilith's position right here. And this was Adam's position. She wanted her independence. Cool. So now, is the phallus called a snake, and the sperm is like the venom to a snake coming out with his fangs. Because if you're a man or ish, you know that your manhood rises up like a cobra, and a cobra spits out venom, just like your penis would spit out what? Sperm. And if that sperm is of God, that could be a venom. And so, to the Ish and their crew, it makes sense for Eve to be the living. It can also mean snake. That makes sense. Because now Eve is a whole different project. Eve is from flesh and bone. Eve is from the living. Not dirt. Not soil and earth. Eve is from flesh and bone, not earth and soil. So what God do? It said, man, woman, okay, that didn't work. Through the sun going to sleep, evening came. And through that evening, birth what? The living progeny of Ish. But then the root can also mean snake. Because Ish literally put his penis or his snake inside Eve's hole or den or pit. Depends on your perception of the story. You understand? Lilith don't have a snake or a penis. Ish, the man, Adam, the soil has a penis. And that's a snake. I'm not riding that snake. Hell no. If I'm gonna ride a snake, I'm gonna get me a dragon. One that talk and got wings. And boom, Lucifer was hanging out. Say, what's up, baby? Hey, I'm just giving y'all the would make sense version without all the blah blah blah. So we understand God had his plan to put Isha and Ish to procreate, but Isha said no, woman independence. So Ish said, fuck her, what's up? Boom, he went to sleep. After evening, life, new sex, we put a snake in the pussy hole, done. We got that. Now, let's see the name of Cain. What does his name mean? Okay. We got Adam, we did Eve. Eden means pleasure, we got that. Okay, now, possession. Now that Adam and Eve were in possession of the earth, right? Because the child, it tells you the event. Each name is telling the event. Adam came first man. All right, red, earth, boom. See what I'm saying? Red, earth, soil, whatever the case may be. Now, then he gets with her. Boom. Here comes life, living. After life and living, now they're in Eden. Pleasure, no problem. You're Gucci. Now they have a child. Now he's in possession. He is the first child of this possession here of what? Adam, Eve, and Eden. He's the first possessor. That's why his name is possession. Man, the Most High is wonderful. If you really pay attention to the Most High, you be like, oh snap. Why did I think of that? Hope I can see it. So now, after the possession, what happens to niggas when they feeling themselves? I'm the older brother. I've been on the block longer than you. I'm gonna kiss your ass longer than you. Some folks even promote how long they've been giving head longer than the motherfucker next bitch. I'm like, damn, this done went too far. When we promote how many more bodies that, when we will argue how many people they didn't kill more than somebody else. Possession. It's always about the possession. Cain, the black man. Come on, black man. Let's get with it. Nobody want to debate about that one. Hey, black man, let's debate, baby. Let's debate about our possessions. You see my car? When you see what I gave to the Most High? We got me. So, because we knew about your possessive and materialistic ass, God made another child named Abel. See the fourth thought? This is the fourth thought of the Most High. He already knew these steps. That's why they got their names to tell us the story. The story is in the name. For those who want to free themselves from this mumbo jumbo shit. The name, the story is in the name. The code is in the name. Because we knew about your possession, that's why I said, thou shalt not covet what? Another man's wife. That's why I said, thou shalt not steal, because of Cain. That's why I said, thou shalt not kill, because of what? Cain with his possessive nature. I'm entitled. The black man, the black woman always follows that they're entitled to some shit, and this is why you're fucked up right now. Possession. God is talking to you, not me. So now, he sends somebody else for mom and dad and pleasure. Because this nigga too damn possessive. He's a possession nigga. How we know? Because he killed his brother Abel. That sounds like black on black crime, and we ain't got past the first 2,000 years on the goddamn screen yet. And just to keep it simple, mom, dad, own neighborhood, older brother gets possession of all the shit, younger brother here, and you kill baby boy. For what? For what? You killed a baby for what? Screeching owl, seed of Lilith, seeds of Satan, seeds of Cain. And then you help promote this. But now it makes sense now when you say I'm a black man, I'm a black woman. Now we can enjoy when we see you parading that yes, you are a black man, you're a black woman, and black. Now we see it on screen and it's being recorded video. You can come get it for free. Cause that's some herb. What you're waiting for, brother? Now I mean, glass of wine or something. Now what did Abel's name mean? Breath, breathing. And Cain took that breath away. That innocent lamb. There ain't no Jesus there. That was Abel who was slain. He was the first innocent man to be slain. By a wicked nigga. All the possessions, but still want to take the breath from another person. If they ain't fucked up, I don't know what it is, man. So because you black people murdered the breath, here comes the word Seth. And is it funny that breath and Seth sounds the same? And his name means compensation. We're just looking at compensation, possession, pleasure, life, man or red earth. Man or red earth, life, living, pleasure, okay. Have possession, no problem. Take care of your breath, breathing, okay, no problem. I'm going to compensate you. Okay, thank you, Father. See what I'm saying? But on the flip side, to the ignorant, man, red clay. What's up? Life living. Okay, Father. Pleasure. Okay, what? And my possessions? No. Well, I'm going to take pleasure in my possessions, isn't he? Why? Because I'm going to kill my brother, take the breath, and then I'm going to attack everything that you compensated for the original, what? Red man-ish, or the original red woman. Life-ish. Whose original place was to have pleasure in the Most High. But you, seed of pleasure possessions, you and your possessions, look at right now. Everybody's like, I got a brand. If you ain't wearing this, you ain't getting money. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Who? Hey, Papa, Papa, spank their ass, man. I don't think they listen to you, Papa. What? I don't think they want that. Ooh, to the soul. Give him another. To the soul. They don't want to hear that. They know they possessive. That's my freak, bitch. I'll kill you over my stripper, bitch. That's my dope boy. I'll kill you over my murderous nigga. And both rush to hurt other people, and then when they get it, they want mercy. That's that possession shit. Because guess what Cain said after he killed his brother? Oh, well, what would happen to me if somebody else hurt me? Nigga, what? But the Most High said, curse them be 7 times 7. God damn. I love the Most High. You want time to fuck up, do it again. So we got compensation. So the Most High is already talking about his power on earth when you're lined up with him. Because you already got the life, the red clay, you're already in pleasure. You're breathing. And now there's a compensation for what the fallen ones had did to the seed of Adam. That's why it's called the seed of Adam. Because the seed of Adam was supposed to go into the Isha. But it went into the flesh and bone, the Eve. So there's still some cleaning up to do in other realms and other worlds and other dimensions and other spectrums of creation. All right, now. Let's see, have some more. I guess that's it for that. We only went to Seth. Okay, what's up to Seth? Let's go back. Who's another patriarch everybody likes? Listen to this story. Now, this is who kills Cain on an accident. What does Lamech mean? That Lamech. What does Lamech mean in the Bible? Lamech, mother.
According to faithword.org, defining lament is the cry of your heart, crying out to God in such a way that he knows your pain without you having to express it in words.
Here you go. Poor, made low. Now, what folks don't know about Lamech, let's go to the Bible. Genesis. Lamech was the son of Methuselah, who was the grandson of Jared, who was the grandson of Canaan, descended from Adam. And so when he was born, man was made low for some reason. Alright? And in this community, well, matter of fact, we'll go with Methuselah. Okay, now. So something was going on that man was made low. Why? Because Cain did some shit and Lamech killed Cain. Matter of fact, we'll do this. And here's the, I'm gonna share with you. But I found all this out on my own. I'm just glad that I can get on the internet and prove all the years of my personal research in books. That I can actually get here and look it up. Oh. Let's see, what's it? Because I ain't got my glasses on. See, now check this out. Now, this is where the seed of Cain, alright, check it out. Remember, his name means laid low. Hold up, what is it? Hold up. Damn, what happened to it? Alright, let's see. This is it. Noah's father, the Lamech, and the Lord's curse. Now this is it. We go back to, because this is not what it's about. This is about the names. I'm about to go to the land of Nod. But Tubal Cain, we'll just go to the story. Here we go. It says, why should Christians be aware of Lamech, the first man to commit polygamy? Alright, to all you polygamists. Ooh, I think that hurt somebody. I think that hurt somebody with that polygamy. Let's get in it. Two Lamechs are named, but they are mentioned in very different lines of ancestry with very different legacies. The Lamech who took two wives, mentioned in Genesis 4, is descended from Adam's murderous son, Cain. You see why his name means brought low? Let me get this for these people, man. Give them their props. Stretched it all the way down. So they can find a link too. Everybody want to enjoy that polygamy. Now, who is the seed of Cain and what is their attributes? We know Lamech's name means to bring down. What did he do? He took what? Not one wife, like Adam and Eve, Lilith. They already did their thing, right? But here is the murderous. Here is the abomination. This is where bringing humanity low, because now it's cool to have more than one wife. After Cain killed his brother Abel, God cursed Cain and sent him out to wander the earth, although with the protective provision that anyone who killed Cain would suffer vengeance from God 7 times over. So Cain departed from God's purpose and lived in the land of Nod, east of the Garden of Eden. We got that. Now check this out. Cain made love to his wife. Who was she? Now the story splits. But nonetheless, listen to what happens, because no, they don't tell the story about Seth, because Seth is somewhere what they call Cush or Mizraim or Nubia. This is where you get Seth, Seti, and all that argument in Black Egyptian studies, where they hate Seth. And where he went to go fight, was it Nimrod? No, not Nimrod. Damn. I know Esau killed somebody, and Seth, he killed somebody in Egypt. They didn't like that too much. They were pissed off. Understand? Let me say it to you again. Esau murdered the motherfucking Babylonian king, and Seth went in there murdering other motherfucking kings from this family. See, because the Babylonian kings and the kings during Seth time were all murderous. They were murderous. They had multiple wives and they had immoral sex with things and have animals and shit. Remember, Lilith was on the other side of the globe. Her and Satan devising a plan to destroy all the seed of Adam. But also, the seed of Adam is destroying their own selves through the seed of Cain. How we know? Because now, Cain made love to his wife, right? This murderous nigga, like Judah wanted to kill his brother, but he didn't succeed. But Cain killed his brother and succeeded, right? Had a baby, and his name was Enoch. Now, what do Enoch mean in this story? We let the Most High talk. What do Enoch mean? Dedicated, trained, disciplined. Dedicated, trained, disciplined. So that means that Enoch, right, was not dedicated to killing people. Enoch wasn't dedicated to having multiple wives. He wasn't dedicated to those type of things. Make sure we have the same thing, right? Enosh. Now, no, I don't know that name, but it's running neck and neck. Irad. Let's go with what Irad means. What do Irad mean? I ain't say rate, I me. I should know better, huh? Indeed. Nope, that's not right either. Irad. What does Irad mean in Hebrew? Fugitive. Runner. What is Irad in the Bible? Matter of fact, what kind of name is Irad? Grandson of Cain. Irad, meaning what? Runner. Fugitive. Wasn't his father a wanderer or a fugitive? You see how these names lead up to the seed of Cain versus the seed of Seth? But also, the seed of Seth became corrupt, but also the seed of Cain became back to the forefront. But nonetheless, on the outside of the seed of Seth and the seed of Cain, there is another seed that hates the seed of Adam, which both of these families come from. Because these are the only two sons that's left, Cain and Seth, before the other amalgamations. And they knew what was attacking them and was attacking their father and what was against the Most High. That's why we can only see why the Most High spared Cain, and later on ran through the runners and the fugitives to born Enoch. What the who the hell, whatever that is. Alright, let's see what that means. Who proclaim, see, there we go, right there. The seed of Cain eventually started proclaiming the Most High Yah. Same thing with the seed of Seth. Somebody decided they wasn't going to what? No longer proclaim. So there's a rounding up of those who will proclaim the Most High Yah. But something happened that now it goes down to the seed of Abraham. Because now Islam is there and a bunch of other ancient religions before the word Hebrew was born, and Aramaic. This is before all those religions. So we found out what that means. Let's go back. So we know what his name meant and what he done. Go back. Go back. Alright, let's get back here. Let's get back here. What's the name mean? What's in the name? What does Abraham mean? Father of many. The Most High is not going to give him that name if that boat was not made for him to be the captain of being the father of many. This is what we're talking about. Your name means something. And you giving yourself a name is not going to get it. All these Muhammads. All these folks want to be Abraham and Judah. You are a criminal. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet another man's wife, let alone his name. In this biblical context. In this biblical context. Now, stretch a little bit. Shit. How do we know the seed of Abraham? Now the seed of Cain. Now the seed of Seth. You're always going to be the seed of Adam. So don't worry about that. You're always going to be the seed of Eve too. Don't worry about that. That ain't going to never change. When it comes to identity and spiritual nature, when it comes to an identity and what your name should be or what it is that you do or don't do. So we know What made Jesus special? Matter of fact, we'll try this. So we make it make sense. Where was King David born? Okay. Abraham was born in the Chaldees. If King David is of the seed of Abraham, what would be his language? Surely not this. Let's do something obvious. Comparison. Who's more important to this movement, to this revolution? Who was the Messiah? Why would he come from the bloodline of Abraham? So happens to be the seed of David, who's really the seed of Joseph. Here's how. Abraham was born in Ur of the Chaldees. And somebody said Hebrews was not scientists. We kind of beg to differ. Who said the Hebrews were illiterate? Didn't have no science, no mathematics. Who said that? Wow. Our father Abraham came from some primitive place. And God just told him, you primitive niggas, I'm going to use you to confuse all black people on the planet. Okay. It's for you Christians and you Hebrew Israelites who think Jesus or Yeshua Mashiach or whatever, even though he's born in Bethlehem, does not mean he is born of Judah. What is Abraham's language? What would be David's language? Because they're not too far apart. They're not too far apart. Alright, what's in the nuts bag? Ooh, I got a million butter. Like another butter. I'm going to taste that now. Hey, who created the bad shebangs? Somebody kidnapped the motherfucker, tell him to lower the motherfucking price. No, I'm just joking. But motherfuckers is expensive as hell, man. You goddamn shebang. You get 3/4 air and shit and 4 chips for $7. So now, Abraham migrates to the land of Canaan. Okay. Maybe or not, I don't know. However, although some scholars identify Ur of the Chaldees with the northern city of Ur, the arguments in favor of the southern location are compelling. In Stephen's speech, Acts 7, he says that Abraham's original home was in the land of the Chaldees, a term which is used by other biblical writers to refer to southern Mesopotamia. It seems that the author of Genesis intended to specify the southern location of Ur by identifying it as the one that is in the land of the Chaldeans. Stephen says that the Abraham had to leave the land of the Chaldeans in order to travel to Haran, whereas the reference to the northern Ur as Ur and Haran shows that it already lay within the territory of Haran. Stephen also indicates that what he means by Mesopotamia, Abraham's original home, is a different region than the region around Haran, since he says that Abraham lived in Mesopotamia before he lived in Haran. Where's Mesopotamia? So the red clay, what I call all this, the Fertile Crescent. Well, the soil, this is why Africa and Asia, aka Afro-Asiatic, is rich in resources. Both are. And these resources pushed a lot of people east, and they pushed some west with their own version of what life and death is in the crescent or the bosom of planet Asia. Asia means sun. Your melanin has come from the sun, and your plasma has the same plasma that the sun has. And this is why it has nothing to do with black, white, green, nothing. It has to do with the literal language. Like the Most High spoke to you through the name Enoch, Adam. That's why it wasn't until the New Testament when they started changing people. Oh, no. That's why they changed what? Hosea to Joshua. If you change the language, you change the name, you become the new ruler. They took the names of God, put them on themselves, and gave you their names. This is all you know. Go to any synagogue or function. If there's more than 6 Muhammads, do you go? What's the odds that half the room name get the last name Muhammad? There's a lot of incest. May the original Prophet Muhammad be well. To all the imposters, screw you. What will be the odds? You go into a function and damn everybody the same fucking name. You know nobody's original now. And that's why you go on the screen, you'll see here in America, everybody got these damn names. The quote unquote black and religious. That's like a demon possession. I say, all right, that's what comes to my mind all the time. As you hear this commercial, you want to be like Mike. Fuck no. I don't want to be like Michael Jordan. Happy hustle to him, but I don't want to be like him. Do what I'm going to do. I'm too busy being like him, then what am I going to do? And if I be somebody else's name, then what am I going to call myself? I'll tell you what came to my mind just now. The word H-O-W, how. And how the Indians say how. And because I got my name, Hosea, not because I got it, or gave it to myself, I damn sure gave myself Omar. And I damn sure didn't give myself the last name. It just was befitting that we're on this indigenous, original man thing, original man of the planet. And when you feel like you should be doing something bigger than what you're already doing, it's like, how? Shit. David? Bethlehem. What they say? Let me see. No. Let me see what they got here. See? This will get to us right here. But see, before Jesus, another Savior came from this. Bethlehem, the birth of Jesus. Some of y'all might be saying, what are you trying to get to though? the seed of Abraham, they would only speak this language, which is Aramaic, and Hebrew comes out of a mixture of these linguistics. They would call that Ebonics today. Okay? Hebrew is like a Ebonic. Ebonic. It's not a nigga Ebonic. Alright? It's not one of them Ebonics where you say, yeah, I love you, but you really want to cut the nigga's head off. Not that type of Ebonic. This Ebonic is it took several vernaculars, smashed them together because of the nature of the role of the tongue and the speech patterns of the region. Was able to brew a new linguistics. That's why it's called the seed of Abraham, because we brew new linguistics other than what everybody else was always talking about. How we know? Because his language would be Chaldees. Matter of fact, let's find out this. What language is the Chaldees? I ain't say Jodies, motherfucker. Ain't that the bullshit? What language is the Chaldees?
According to news.jrn.msu.edu, the Chaldean language is a dialect of Aramaic, not Arabic, which is a key identifier of Arabs.
Told you. It shares some traditions with the Arabs. It shares some things. Why? Because Aramaic and Hebrew is Arabic. Because we share you can never be a seed of Abraham and sit with the other nations thinking that you Islamic. For real? Was David's language? Was Mesopotamia? And where is Bethlehem? There is no black Jews at this time. It's not even their language. The Greeks have not come yet. They're on their way. They're up there in Germany and Russia killing each other and, things that they do up there. And we say that respectfully because that's their culture, be it bestiality, pornography, eating niggas. And that's why it's good the Most High don't show a lot of y'all folks something. Because y'all lose your mind. If y'all knew the culture of what's out here. If y'all knew certain cultures that condone certain stuff and take pride in certain stuff. I'll give you a prime example. Ten years ago, you really couldn't fathom seeing an 8-year-old shoot 2 handguns. No, not 8-year-old, 6-year-old. You were like, oh, that's a baby with a gun. Oh my, We'll say an 8-year-old, 9-year-old shooting 2 handguns. Boom, 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 boom. And at this age, they're consciously knowing that when I pull this trigger, you ain't coming back. Because my daddy taught me this, my mama taught me this, and I'm prepared by what my mom and daddy taught me. And this is a child. So certain people have to ask themselves, are you prepared for that? That this is a culture who hates. What's your name at? Lilith. Shit. Remind yourself. All right, Elijah. I don't have a damn glasses on. We'll go get Lilith Goddess. What is Lilith Goddess of? I have the book of Adam and Eve. I can send that to y'all. So these are all these books that she's mentioned in. And yes, the Akkadian word Lilu is related to the Hebrew word Lilith. Okay? Sumer, the same place Abraham, right? So anybody that says that the Sumers or the Akkadians or the Hebrews didn't have any scholarship, tell them they might want to shut the hell up. And here's a prime example of the Mesopotamian religion. Those who said that Hebrews never had science and didn't do no mathematics and nothing, but sure, what the hell, right? Okay. And yes, Hebrews are what y'all call today black. All different types of shades and colors. Some are even light skinned like myself. coming many shades with our earth tone. But at core, we are children of Adam and Eve, not children of Lilith. And Romanized. The Romanization of Hebrew is the use of Latin alphabet to translate Hebrew. So even in this, this is their frequency of spelling. This is their way of communicating. Most High didn't tell us to write like that. He never did. He always said to be Romanized. But we'll go on. So we know what Adam, Eve, biblical book, Isaiah. What's the other? Etymology. Now, in the Akkadian language, the language of Syria and Babylonia, the term Lili Lilu means spirits. Alright? Praise y'all. The Sumerian female demons, Lili, have no etymological relation to Akkadian Lilu, meaning evening. Consider that Hebrew Lilith or Lilith, early Akkadian, are derived from Proto-Semitic, but it should be Proto-Shemitic, not Sem, because these Akkadians are not Jews or Semitics today or the other day. But 1902, Charles Fossey had literally translates to female night being demon, although uniform scripts from Mesopotamia exist, they believe refers to disease bearing wind spirit. Now, disease bearing. So that means every time she bore a child to this planet, what was it? Diseased. Now, why is it? We're not talking about the children of men and women. We're talking about children of black men and women, or white men and women. It's a different language. You got ears, hear, your mind can comprehend. Ish and Isha is different from male and female. You only become a male and female when you have fallen from paradise, and now you into this crap game called Paradise. Because now you have to play or dance to somebody else's song or somebody else's game. And the fruit of the day is something diseased. Be it immoral sex, lies, deception, false identity, or false realization, or believing that you were doing something so wonderful, but really you never knew that it was fucked up for real. So let's talk about these names. How the Most High is talking to the woman who keeps calling herself black and white and everything else. Break yourself from this spirit or this creature or this independence. To be independent from your man is to be independent from the creator of you and the man, Isha. And same for you, Ish. Don't add nothing to the motherfucking name. Don't take away from it. Man is man, woman is woman. We always told y'all that before on marathon videos. But the female, the black female, the white female, night being demon, the black female, the white female, the Asian female, whatever type of female, disease bearing wind spirits. Because now you ain't a good, strong woman if you ain't independent from a man and God, your creator, rather. I don't see God, I see your creator. You must understand this, black woman and black man. Fuck your religion. Fuck your possessions. Go back to the beginning of this video. This live. And what's beautiful about this conversation, one, Mesopotamia, Abraham. So you can't be the seed of Abraham if you're not understanding the history of Ish and Isha and life, possession, compensation, being brought low, being a savior, because Lamech wasn't the only motherfucker brought low. It was the fact that Lamech represented at that time that man had brought himself low to where he desired polygamy. Lamech, you just say polygamy, who killed on an accident from his old age Tubal Cain. Well, there was another story that said he killed Cain literally though on accident, but I got a picture from another writing that it was Tubal Cain. But here is a story of the spirit tree, the spirit and the tree in the Gilgamesh cycle. Note this. The spirit in the tree. This is your story here. Not if you're Greek, not if you're Egypt Scientologist battling back and forth, Nubian, no. This is what happened before these places was even manifested. But if you read it in a bigger perspective way, because Gilgamesh was real. But in later Syrian Akkadian translation of the latter part of the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, the key sickle lil laki is associated with a serpent and a zoo bird. What is a zoo bird? Reminds me of Zulu and so Anzu, also known as the Mdush, is a lesser divinity or a monster in several Mesopotamian religions, who is conceived by pure waters of the Apsu and wide earth, or as soon as Cyrus. Anzu was depicted as a massive bird who could breathe fire and water. Although Azu, okay, cool. But nonetheless, Apsu or Apsu, but Cyrus. Not Osiris, but Cyrus. I think that's sending me somewhere else. Who is Cyrus? Who is Cyrus? I'm just gonna type it out. That's but That's it. I'm just gonna ask who's that. I'm just gonna ask who's that. Cyrus. Fucker. Who is Cyrus? No, not Cyrus the Great. What is it? I know how to fucking spell his name. Why did it come out with something different? I want Cyrus. S. Y S. I ain't got my glasses on, folks. Okay. ANC. Okay. Now this Cyrus is Pallades, ancient sea magna, situated mouth of Cyrus. Sari. Hold up, that's not the same. Hold up. Zuber. S-I-R-S. Okay. So now they took the S off. Cyrus was ancient Greeks. Okay. Now, you see what happens when the Greeks come and get this information? Now all of a sudden there's no, let's see. They get the Sari in mythology and take off the S, but that's somewhere else. But you go to Egypt, it's Osiris. What do this Cyrus name? What is a Cyrus? That's when we're talking about the name. Alright, because we know for sure, according to Gilgamesh, the Zoo bird, right? This with a serpent and Zoo bird. Earth or a son of Cyrus. Absolute, the wide earth or son of Cyrus. He was conceived. And Zoo. Alright, so the Zoo bird is a serpent. Okay, well, Zoo bird is part of the son of Cyrus. Right here. To the right, or the Pallades. We'll go to that. And in Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the netherworld. The Halupu tree goes in Indiana's garden. The Halupu tree. Okay. Also called the Sallows of Osiris. Alright. Ianus. Mesopotamian goddess. Sex, divine justice, political power. So it's not a coincidence that Lilith, Iana, with sex, divine justice, political power. That makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. The bird rising young in its own crown. Made a house in its trunk. Gilgamesh is said to have killed the snake. And then the Zoo bird flew away to the mountains with its young. Fearfully destroys its house and runs for the forest. Lilith is stated in the dictionary of deities and demons in the Bible. According to news source from late antiquity, Lilith appears in the Manichaean magic story where she is considered to represent the branches of a tree with other demonic figures that form other parts of the tree, though this may include multiple liliths. That makes sense. Now, the tablet 12 spirit in the tree include a sacred place, Lil as spirit, and Lilaki as water spirit. Alright? So having a baby, not wanting to have a baby, whatever, still what? Water, spirit, but only simply an owl. Given that the Lil is building a home in the trunk of a tree, little owl. A connection between Gilgamesh and the Jewish Lilith was rejected in textual grounds by Sergio Rabicini in 1978. Now, would this be a coincidence if we asked this? Why does Drake have an owl? Let's check this out. Check this out. Oh, you not hear that? This is what your children is listening to. Don't challenge Drake on ancient. Check this out. Egypt, right? Don't challenge him on ancient Egypt. And because that's Drake, he knows what he's talking about. I have to admit, to agree with my man Shaka up in the NY. We sit here and do this every day, all day. Them guys sit there and write music and be out in the streets playing around and shit. We live this, research this every day, all day, like they write music and guys practice playing football. So, it went from Drake on ancient Egypt to 50,000 diamond studded platinum. Responding about ha ha ha. Hieroglyphic symbol cannot be copyrighted. We're not talking about ancient Egypt. Long time fan symbolic owl creature. Right here. Drake, by the way, is a longtime fan of symbolic owl creature. Hold up, make sure we get this right. Who is this symbolic owl creature? Who is the night monster? The screeching owl? The ancient spirit that rules over man? Of course he's going to be submitted to the owl. That's the whole purpose of her existence. To rule over man. To rule over his gifts. To deter him from his creator God, and to also dishonor his father and mother. That's why the Mosai said, honor thy father and thy mother. He's talking about Adam and Eve. He ain't talking about your mother that's out there setting motherfuckers up. He's talking about Adam and Eve. Hold up. The bird-footed woman and the Bernie relief. Bernie relief, 1800, 1750 BC. See the two owls? This is a cult that goes all the way to who? Egypt. But you know it says this. Don't challenge Draco on ancient Egypt, baby. You bet not. He got money and he got 50,000 studded platinum out pendant and stuff. He knows a whole bunch. That's why he got that. He don't have a fucking clue why he got that. And that's why he don't know that this screeching owl hates his monkey ass. And that's why he gonna be sacrificed like the rest of them. That's part of the whole fucking thing. That's part of the whole fucking thing, man. Yeah. Yeah. They have done on you about Beyonce, Queen Bee. And they gave her own church, right? The House of Queen Bee. And then Jigga came out with Jehovah as he was the new Jehovah or Jehovah. And then your boy Kanye tapped right in with being Jesus. Y'all don't see this spiritual game being played on y'all, man. They are dragging motherfuckers straight to hell. Woo! Heavy, man. And it was crazy. Y'all see y'all children being sacrificed to this media lore. Cause you go out there and buy your daughter that whole shit. Here's another funny one. There's the ones that go buy the fake shit, but the babies don't know it's fake. This is the owl Lilith spirit demon shit. The babies don't know that's fake gold. The babies don't know that ain't your car. The babies don't know you out here killing people. You know why? Because the babies will stop fucking with you. And Christmas coming up, they'll keep bribing the babies. Put a passport in their mouth, they'll shut up. Saying babies now. Put a penis and some coochie in their mouth, they shut up. Don't worry about it. Give them some money, they shut up. Who would have thought Drake Longtime fan of owl creature. Yeah, just hieroglyphic for the letter M. That's funny. Let's keep reading. Five, something, 10. We'll stop after that. The M. VX. M. Oh. But that says, well, they made a statement on his behalf. Okay? They made a statement on his behalf. But nonetheless, they have our children with a Drake Owl uniform. Let's see the worship of it. Or let's go back to Iris. Okay, what's Iris? What else is Iris? Now, I've been sharing with somebody about ancient Ibla, Cyrus, goddess. Excuse me. Nobody want to talk about this place here. Ibla. They run from that conversation. I don't know why. So nonetheless, Azar, Hebrew, Phoenician, Shemitic. See, where these pale skin, see, should have been an H between the S and the E. Because if they were Shematics, they would have no problem acknowledging Mesopotamia, Akkadians, the innkeepers. What's this? Not that shit, but the Eblaite kingdom. See, they would, people don't talk about that. Nobody talks about. I've been talking about the Eblaite. I had a book on the Eblaite kingdom where Naram Sin killed the king of Ebla. Where the word sin comes from. People say, well, you're a sinner. You're like, well, what do you know what a sinner is? Who didn't know that there's a culture called sin? Naram Sin, man, killed the king of Ebla and erased a lot of the information. The Fertile Crescent was all one beginning. This wasn't when one person was here and that. No. That is the seed of fertilizing man and woman. Because everything else around the Fertile Crescent had Lilith things and fallen ones mixed with different stuff at the time. In fact, let's kick him up out of King David. We're done with that old argument. What if the Most High taught? Alright? Alright, boom. So now, Abraham of Chaldees, we know Mesopotamia is the whole Fertile Crescent, even with what y'all call Egypt. Okay? It's all from Cairo, Nubia, north from Lower Nile to the Upper Nile. All the way around. Okay? South Africa is not part of the Fertile Crescent. So all of Africa is this or that. Sorry, boo-boo. All of Africa is not blessed and all Africa is not what you think it is. It's like all of Asia and all of America. But this crescent here, this Fertile Crescent here, for the fact that the sun would be this way, there's a story that said the sun would shine from the west. That makes sense because this crescent by nature is right here. So it started in the east, the sunshine will start in the west. Now it makes sense. However, we know that in Mesopotamia, Lilith was taught so much that Cyrus and Akkadians on the same thing with Ibla, ancient kingdom of Ibla. Alright, was still ran by these guys over here. And well, Edom had some parts in a little something. Okay. Nonetheless, same area, same language, same worship, and so much that Drake, along with the Egyptians, has always found it fascinating about this screeching night owl. Right? I think we should be getting on something here. In fact, speaking of sin, the oldest reference to Cyrus occurs. Notice we got Cyrus, but if you put Osiris, it says something different, right? Especially if you conjure up your own story. The oldest reference to Cyrus occurs in an Iberite offering list, while it pertains to the first known instances of her name spelled symbolically occurs in Old Babylon incantation from Isen. What's that about? Aishin el Bahriyat. Isen. So when they told you in Greek, when the Greeks conquered all of this, they put in their books about Isen. See, Iraq. Matter of fact, There you go. The sinners. See, America went in and got the ISINs, or the sinners. The all-world Christian soldiers, right? Who went and got the sinners. ISIN and its environment, located approximately 20 miles Dnipro. See, if you would just spare to say it in English, or is it ISIN, or ISIN, but ISIN. You say, well, what they got to do anything? Back to Ibla. This is nothing new. Who is Nimram Sin? Not Nick Branson, motherfucker. Who is Nimram Sin? Oh shit. Get my glasses, stop bullshitting. Come on, language and names when Most High is talking to you. And what language? There you go. And when we told you about sinners and the sinner's prayers, Nimram sin. And if you're a sinner, you will not be welcomed in the kingdom of God. This is what the life of a sinner is. This is where all the world's religion has stemmed from. Worshipping what? The sun, moon, and stars. Who came to see Christ crucified? And my man rap the news language? The three wise men, the three magi, from where? From the sin. From the Middle East. They were astrologers. These guys were astrologers. That's why she sits on two lions, two owls. Got things in her hands. Got the penis looking hat on. Shows her royalty. Penis hat. Alright, where else? Let's see. Wikipedia, Nimrod, Email, parents, Venishatushu, Sargon, Ramush. Let's see. So, we'll just say this. Before the Greeks got to this, or really they didn't really get to it, they couldn't really get that far. Before Alexander got cut down. And his Greek version of the New World was split into four pieces, later on become Eastern Western Roman Empire today, or then. The word sin is the culture of ancient Babylon. And they took the majestic powers and the magic and all this sacred demonic rituals with them. That's how they were able to rule the world. Through this medium right here. This is how they ruled the world. When they found the witchcraft of these things here. And so they changed your names. See, the only way to do a magic spell or the bind and loose by spelling or saying something is first you have to look at a person and give them a different name. And once they agree to it, then they've given you power. Because you give them their names, not themselves, or nor have they earned it. So, Naram Sin was the last great king of the Akkadian Empire. But in these debates and stuff, nobody talks about the the demonology of this time that allows Gilgamesh, Egypt, Greece, Rome, Jews, Britain, Germany to have the power on this planet they have now because of this for lack of a better term, from having a sip of the nectar of the Fertile Crescent. The key word is fertile. The lock is crescent. That's the lock and key, Fertile Crescent. And the Fertile Crescent, the crescent represents the body of life. Thus, it's what? Fertile. But the magicians keep splitting it up. God is Father. Where we going next? So when the Greeks come over here from up the mountains and all the rest of things come up the mountains, and they came down here with the Moors, whoever else, we'll just say dark-skinned people, and they had their fur and all that shit on, and the Mongols, whatever they was doing, folks decided that, hey, let's breed this and breed that for our benefit. There's a lot of different types of breeding going on for possession. Remember, Cain means possession. And so ever since the birth of Cain, and he went out to the land of Nod, which is somewhere outside the Fertile Crescent, where he learned a bunch of magic, and he met other types of beings. But they don't teach that story. They rather save that and call it aliens. These ain't no motherfucking aliens. They're the things that are created that decided they was not going to be a part of the natural order of things. And so now it's time to get back to the natural order of things. It's had its time. I guess the word is, we pray that you're Isha enough to hear the Most High's voice in your own hearts. God is Father. We got it at. So that's this thing about how Abraham has been already predestined to become the father of many. So we understand his language is Chaldeans, Akkadian, or we'll just say Afro-Asiatic language. Alright? Or just say that that's his language, Afro-Asiatic language. And to narrow it down, we would say Aramaic. Or Chaldees or Akkadian. What was you about to say? Damn, it slipped my mitt that quick. Why did God name Abraham's name Abraham? But why? Why was his name named? Facts is significant. Let's see what they say. We want to know why. To make all this sense. You can understand, sin was already on the earth, right? Let me get this right. The city was refounded. The city was refounded in the Hellenistic period as Edessa. So that right there, this right here confirms that what I'm sharing with you, that it wasn't until the Greeks or the Hellenists got their hands on it, or until you got to Hail, that Abraham's place, or Haran, all these things, name changed to Edessa. You see, you hear the magic, you hear the magic spells, but that's their language. That's the spell over their people to show their people their power and what they done by what changes the name to fit their culture. Because in Edessa, they can do what the fuck they want. But in Haran or they can't. Because it's not their culture. So they're not going to leave their culture to depend on somebody else's culture. So how to live in another person's house or neighborhood, you do your own thing. And what they do, renamed it to them Edessa. And it became the center of what? A Christian community. Who would have thought? So that's why you don't have too much about Abraham, Hosea, and King David connection for real. All Israelites are not the seed of Abraham. Let's repeat. All Israelites are not the seed of Abraham. How we know? Because we're going to find out why Abraham is the friend. Why is Abraham the friend? What did he do? So these cell phone shit. Alright. I'll add some more chocolate. Now you know, Judaism we already told y'all the story about Judaism. There's no such religion for real. Christian, Islam, right? So the hijack. Judaism, Christian, Islam. Gang's all here. How do these three claim in one circle Abraham? Who's the most outstanding? These Canaanites. They Canaan, K-A-N-A-A-N. We're talking about Canaanites as Canaanites. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Jackals. Hybrid men. I don't know. Let's see if Abraham support that. Let's see. All in one? Because that's what they're saying. 1, 2, 3. And the compass, according to the circle, claims, according to this, Abraham. Hebrew. That's not Chaldean. Chaldean. Ethnicity, race. Language spoken. See the letters, the alphabets? Neo-Aramaic, right? Somebody help us out. That's not the same. Yeshua spoke Aramaic. Moses, all of them. This would be the writing. Whether they was from Ebola or Sumer, it would look something like this. Just give you an idea. Don't quote me on it. Just give you an idea on Chaldean, Neo-Aramaic, who are Chaldeans today? Syrians, Mesopotamians. Sure, you'd say that. But now, where were we? Significant. Because God called him to found a new nation in an undesignated land that he later learned was Canaan. Now, if Farad Muhammad was God, what's wrong with the so-called nation of all black men and women in America? We don't have no laws to protect us other than the Ten Commandments, but it takes all of us. He obeyed Muslim, unquestioningly, the commands of the Most High. So this is where he is a Muslim. Right here. And from whom he received repeated promises and covenant that his seed would inherit the land. Now, Abraham never mentioned Judaism. See the bullshit? Abraham never associated himself with Judaism or Islam or none of that. How we know? Because he destroyed the motherfucking statues. He would have destroyed that motherfucking crescent. He damn sure would have smashed that cross and that six-pointed star and that cross and that compass. He would have never used that in place of the Most High. He would have never did that. In Judaism, the prophet's offspring is understood to be the Jewish people descended from Abraham's son. See what I'm saying? Jewish people wasn't even around. Not until the Greeks came, which is over here. Septuagint. Where's that? Here we go. This is when the city was named Edessa. Is when the Greeks decided that, we'll call it the Jewish, right? Now, check this out. Similarly, in Christianity, the genealogy of Jesus is traced to what? See what's happening with this bullshit? Well, they take Judaism to justify Jewish. Alright? They take that piece. Then this group take a piece to justify Jesus. That's some bullshit. Again. Now, Islam is Ishmael, right? Abraham's firstborn son, born of Hajar, who is viewed as the fulfillment of God's promise, and the prophet Muhammad and his descendant. But listen to this. But this involves a reconstruction of the patriarchal age of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph. Where is Judah? Where's Judah? Where's Judah? See the hijack? How you see how they got the Judaisms and the Judeans and Edom got it near and took your birthright and left you with black man and black woman and the screeching owl, and he took you from paradise to a paradise. It went from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob to Joseph. Why ain't Judah in there? Since he has a Judaism. See, I told you to get a little the Most High talk to you, man. Judah's mom has that spirit of Cain. That's why he had no problem being jealous of his brother's possession. In fact, Judah was so big-headed, like his father. I'm not bowing down to Joseph. Fuck that nigga. And he plotted to kill his brother. And his own brother plotted to help him, but he said, nah, we'll just sell that nigga to somebody else. Who so happened to be what? Ishmaelites. The Most High don't send us outside of our own family. Unless you Judah. But everybody want to jump on the everybody want to be on the Judah bandwagon. Man. Hit him with the right in his shoulder. Ooh. What's this? Right? It's funny. Judah ain't did shit for real. I mean, there's some fighting. That's what anybody would do. You know, you in your own crib. Now, I have to look at this real quick. Because something came up in a vision about Mari. But it said Mari Bashni. And that's messed up. That whatever the advertisement is in my way and I can't remove it. Mari. I have to look at this real quick. Mari. We're so bent on this. I was just laying down after reading and studying and meditating real hard because we already did a lot of writing on the walls. Literally, because I write on walls and stuff when I get a download. And this young little bro came up to me, man, and was like, Mari Bashni. I don't know nothing about Mari. And so here it's reflecting in my mind again. So I'm going with the spirit. Alright, I'm going with the spirit. Man. What is it about Mari? Okay. Key people, Parrot, Andrea, Syria, Mesopotamia, Abraham. Okay. Mari, situated, Syria, excavation. Jim Ribna, local king who experienced prosperous rule. 30 years ended when Hammurabi of Babylon captured and destroyed the city. Okay, so Hammurabi destroyed Mari. So Hammurabi wasn't the first city, but I knew it was Nimrod or Hammurabi. I thought they were one and the same. I got a feeling they're both different. Alright. Alright, where we at? Or her Shamshi. You go Ebla again popping up. Amorites. and Ibla had relations with Egypt. I knew Ibla had something to do with a connection with Sumer and Egypt. See, because they take their customs with each other. They exchange priests, or they exchange gods, or they exchange gifts from each other's gods. If the Egyptian gods is more suitable to Ibla, then they'll bring Egypt's gods to Ibla. But if Ibla's gods is suitable to Egypt, then Egypt will mix their gods into Ibla's gods somehow. 'Cause that's how Greece and Rome was able to do that. That's why they said we're not going to make gods like them. We're going to make gods of ourselves. And the University of Rome, not a coincidence, found the Iblis archives virtually intact. So they found something special in Ibla, because that's like it's a stepping stone. If they can find every kingdom along the Fertile Crescent, and they will, then I think that's when all hell is going to break loose, because now they know. In other words, they have the key to the gate of life on this planet, meaning the garden of life, or the seed of life, or the connection between the spirit and the physical plane of this planet. And once they've collected all the keys of the Fertile Crescent, it's weird, man. I don't know what I'm saying right now, but it's because Mari Barshney means feed the children, or Mari. What does Mari mean? M-A-R-I. It's an E. Alright. No, that means truth, reason. What does Mari mean in the Bible? Beloved. Not Miriam, but Mari. Well, but this is before that, though. Mari is before the Exodus. See, that's the problem. But if Mari, once again, if, what happened to it? Where's it at? Oh, shit. I think I lost it. Oh, I think I lost it. Okay. All that we're saying is Ibla, Mari, Sumer, Egypt. They exchanged information and gods. Alright? Especially along the Euphrates River, the Tigris, as well as the Nile River as well. So it wasn't foreign for Nimram's sin, or the sinners, to come in prior to the Greeks. It's nuts. It wouldn't be surprising. Oh, I missed it. I can't find what I had. Not Marie, but Mari. Short form of a person named Andrew. Tomorrow, noble, Mari, famous. Rebellious. Okay, so I'd rather go with the Egyptian because they did trade. Hold up. I'd rather go with the Egyptian breakdown of it. Because they did more trading with them. And they were closest to them than Sumer. Everybody was right up the street. And Bethlehem was down the street. There was all these Aramaic speaking people and different language people, or what we call Afro-Asiatic speaking people, or these Asiatics. The Orientals meaning those who was orient to the planet. Love, beloved, something noble. But if I'm Greek coming in and taking over it, and it's a hard fight, then yes, Mari would mean rebellious. And if I'm Greek, Mary having a baby with Joseph, where we see that at? Joseph. Where's Joseph at? He done lost Joseph. Well, anyway, y'all seen it. Mary had a baby with Joseph, but that would have been a rebellion to the Greeks if they let that happen. So they had to give Jesus the crown, and to show the Greek rebellious ways. Because Egypt in this other original in Ibla itself means to love and be loved, something wonderful. But it ain't until the Greeks get to it that, oh shit, all of a sudden you're rebellious to what? Our culture. And this is where you get your Egyptian, Ibla, Khazarian, dark-skinned Greco-Jews. Now the rebellion is what? Beloved and loved. Because Nimrod Sem destroyed Ibla. All these places got destroyed. For what? Rebellion against the Most High. It's in the name. Mari Bashni. Teach the children, or what? Love my children. Be noble to my children, or something to my children. That's where I got my vision. It would never tell me to be rebellious to the children. Never. Bashni is children. Mari is love and beloved. I get it now. I could be wrong for his children, but it has something to do with the youth, or it has something to do with the seed of man, the seed of Ish and Isha. So now we got that. What's the nationality of Mari? Or ain't this a bitch? Check this out. With all due respect to this version of Mari, I don't know if I just got cold in the spot or something just happened. Hold up, something just happened. Fam, I just got cold. I just got cold. Let me take that Jesus thing. Let me move that over. Oh snap. Oh, Instagram letting us rock out. And the other time they cut us off after an hour. Okay. Yeah, but just recently, Mari's in Mesopotamia. Fam? Okay, it says today we live at Mari El Republic. Oh, you niggas is cold. Oh my god, that's cold, man. I thought Mari was over here. Oh my goodness, that's fucked up. Hold on. This is what's beautiful about the internet right now. Because, matter of fact, where's Mari in the Bible? I just want to make sure we seeing the same shit, y'all. I'm talking about Mari, my vision, Mari of the Bible. And they talking about these guys up in Russia. These are two different cultures. Yo. What do Mari means in Aramaic? Uh-oh. The main drives of here we go with them all. Aramaic. Okay, now, Mar, Josephidia, let's go in it. Now, this is some freaky shit here. Now we have to read this, y'all. Oh, wow. I'm telling y'all, this is freaky, man. This is freaking me out. I was not prepared for this. I really wasn't. Shit. I'm cold. Poke this up somehow. This ain't getting it. No. Let me tell you what happened to me again. My visions always come to pass, and I was literally talking to this guy, this young guy. And I will never forget this, Mary Boshny, man. Mary Boshny. I thought he said Mary's Bosch Plugs or Bosch Spark Plugs, but I wrote it down. I got it written down somewhere on my notes. I was locked up, and it came to my spirit. Mary Boshny. Arabic now means Lord. Daniel does the king as Mari, equal my Lord. Adonai used speaking to the king. Palestinian schools, Mari rabbi were customarily employed in addressing the sages. Hold up. I've been there this year. Alright. We back close. Like I said, folks, we always pray before we make a video. We always do, man. Like, I don't want to be saying nothing against the Most High's will. Get my tongue cut out with all that. And I ain't want no oath and no mason, none of that crazy stuff. I'm just saying, like, the Most High take care of you real decent, like. And it's been bothering me about Mari. And I still might need another confirmation. It said of King Jehoshaphat that on seeing a scholar, he rose from his throne and saluted him with the words, Abi, Abi, Rabbi, Rabbi, Mari, Mari. Okay. Jesus was addressed by his disciples both as Mari and as Rabbi. De rote Jesu. I-269, established sequence, some shit. In conversation, Mari was used as a respectful form of address in Palestine. P.S. Pez 21b, lines 48 and 49. Mar in Babylon, Yama 20b. In later country, Mar became also a charter preceding name. It was sometimes customary to call scholars Mar and not Rab. Oh, so it's Mari, Mari. and Rab-I. Okay. Particularly in the case of the two great contemporaries of Rab Abba Arika and Mar Samuel A. Mar Akbar. When Abai was speaking of his uncle and teacher Rabba Nar Hamani, he merely said Mar without adding any name. Okay. It's off the topic, but I have to do this. Make some sense of this shit. Alright. Lecture by his father. He did not refer to him by name, but said, Abba Mari, my father, my Lord. Or Father, Lord. Tayyami's contemporaries didn't refer to him by name, but called him Mar. In Tamil, he is therefore designated only as Mar, Bar Rab Ashi, Mar, and Ra, equal Lord and Master. Together became a customary title Babylonian scholar in Geonic period. Sher Gaon is the first one to use this combination letter which he refers to the first Geona. Mar Rab Hana at Pongedita and Mar Rab Mar at Sora, where Mar is already a proper name. He was always prefixes the double title Mar Rab to their names in prayer Yakun Parkan dating from the time of Geona. The scholars are designated as Marnanan we Rabbanan, or our lords and masters. Wow. The title Marab also was combined with the personal suffix in the first person plural, so that the Geona were called Mar and Rabbana. Mary Bashni, Mari Rabbani, Mari Bashni. Hold up. If Mari is Lord, Rabbana's master, then what is Bashni? This is getting freaky. Marab was applied also to scholars who were not Geonim. The word Mar was not customary in the West, so that Abraham ibn Dud in his Sefer HaKabbalah refers to Geonim merely as Ra. Masters, not lords. Okay. Co-author Ruth Azulai Shimha Gedolim. One of Latte's manuscripts has Morenu instead of Moran. The title Morenu, which originated in the 14th century. So there you go, to changing shit. They're always changing shit. But okay. developed the order form Morana. Guidman, Getch, 31. The Hebrew form Morenu instead of Morana, not Moors or Moor Science Temple, just some other shit, occurs sporadically even in the Geonic period. These two words are regarded as synonymous. It's translated, my lord, my masters. Is to be read instead of, and the old Hebrew title Morano was changed to Morenu. With the meaning Dr. Noster. Perhaps under the influence of custom which became prevalent among Christian scholars of addressing one another with the title Doctor, as shown in examples given above, and subjects designated the teacher and sage. Okay. But we do see word Mari. And how powerful a letter can change or destruct the process of our language. What do names mean? What do they do? This is how the Most High have been talking to us. I know y'all can hear me smacking and shit, but these motherfucking things is hot. But I need my nostrils cleared up. We had some funny weather lately. All week is in the 70s. Then boom. Then the pneumonia angel has been just sitting there waiting. While your skin feeling that nice warm sun. The earth and everything them cold out. Waiting for you to chill out. And hit you up with the cold bug. Well, if you ain't up on your game, you're gonna have the virus given to you. You're gonna have a common cold or a small head cold. You're gonna use that new booster shot. The new shit. Wondering why you have purple dots on your skin. But anyway. This was a good find right here. Mar. This is a noble word. I thought it meant teach the children. But this is more or less the same thing. The children. The king seeing the scholar. The king ruled from his throne and saluted with the words, Mari. So who was this child that called me Mari? In my vision. It was a young man though. Little boy. And that's what I'm gonna tell people. The babies don't fuck with you. That's why the Most High put Abraham on the planet. Because his name meant what? Father of many. Was not Noah the first father of many after the flood? It was not Adam the father of money after the fall of the heavens? The Most High has always got something planted. That's why you're on this what? Planet. Literally. I don't know, y'all don't have a clue the way the Most High talk. I'm excited. I'm very excited. This word Mari is real. It doesn't have no limitations to a place, but a language, a culture, and power before kings and other scholars. So, Mari Bashni, or would it be Mari Nabi? Well, maybe you said Mari Abi. And I thought it said Mari Bashni. Mari Rabi. That could Mary Bashni, Ray Rabi. That could sound, that's probably what he said, Mary Rabi. That could have been what the little boy said in my vision. Because it caught me off guard. I was like, I'm going to tell you why I'm thinking cars at this time, right? As this, I don't know what I was thinking in the first place. But as this chick, I had to go to court. And she took my ride up to my family if I don't go, if I don't come back. But I ended up calling. They was like, yeah, come on down. We'll schedule. I'm like, cool. Anyway, fuck, I don't want to talk about that. Man, I forgot what I was about to say. I'll just say this. I'm in jail. I'm still chilling, meditating on a lot of stuff I read and researched and stuff. And how I end up in jail for being an hour late after I'm called in. Thinking about my stuff. Yeah, my stuff, yeah. I still got some of that Cain DNA in myself too at the time. Don't worry about my possessions. I'm just falling through this little trance. And you said Mary Bosney. I'm like, what? Look at my BMW. Bosch spark plugs, you know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking, Mary Bosney, Bosch spark plugs and shit, man. So, I get up the next day. Press my own brother. Telling the CEOs, man, cause somebody look on their phone and tell me what the fuck is a Mary Boston. What type of spark plug is that or whatever. I never heard that shit. Cause I'm thinking this is a sign that my car is cool. You know? Really, I'm thinking it's a sign that, you know, hey, everything's alright, Mary Boston, cool, you know, no problem. My dumbass, no. Some say go look in a different language. And sure enough, Akkadian, Babylonian, Ibla, Sin, Sargon. I mean, it's something all over Asia. All over Asia Major and Asia Minor, man. Like, in different languages. Because, like, when I get my visions, whatever words come here, I'm looking over at least 7 different languages to come to some conclusion, global and scholar wise. It's like, for me, it's like if it's not bridgeable between 7 languages, I wouldn't better use it. And 7 languages can't be focused in just one area. It has to be different continents. Now, I know how many continents there is. We're just saying whatever languages there is on those continents, there better be 7 different ones. Picks 2 for each continent, I guess. I don't know. And as I'm hearing it in my head while I'm talking about it, I'm asking myself, could you mistaken Bosni for Robbie? Robbie. Mari Bosni. Mari Robbie. See what I'm saying? Bosni, Robbie. Mari Robbie. Mari Bosni. See what I'm saying? Because my brain was thinking of Bosch spark plugs. I don't have the Mari Robbie. I had the Bosch. Yeah, I had the Bosch. The German spark plugs. You know what I mean? Which they mentioned Germany, so Mari is the German word. Or they were close to Russia up in the area, so it's something worth looking into. That's what's happening to me right now. That's like, and if any of y'all ever have an experience like that, don't throw it out the window. You know what I mean? Don't throw it out the window. Dig into it. That's how the Most High talks to us. And a lot of times it's meant for you to seek on your own. That is your personal message. And after you've accustomed to it and made sense of it in your life, then share and teach and strengthen others. Because you've already found out what it has to do with you in your life. So let me move on before we close this out. Still fresh though. Title name. Alright. Mari, my father. Boom. We got that. Let's try this. We're going to take another leap. Let's go with this. What does Noah's name mean? Back to the language of the Most High. Okay, so now, Noah's belief in the Hebrew word Nosh, or meaning rest. Alright. It means rest, repose. So when the flood came, the earth had rest from all the wickedness from the giants and all the stuff that the fallen ones had did and what all that man had did, right? So there was a rest or a repose now, right? So after Noah, he had 3 sons, right? We got that. Let's try this. What do Noah's 3 sons' names mean? Okay? Now, let's check it out. What do they mean? We're trying to find what they mean. Come on, want to know what they mean. Want to know what they mean. That's not what we're looking for. We want to know what the names mean. That's not what we're looking for. That's not what we're looking for. Okay, we'll go with Shem. What does Shem literally mean? I can't buy this right here. Fame. The Most High don't need a messenger for fame. Let me find something else. What does his name really mean? See, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. What does hand mean in the Bible? Let's see what that says. Okay, so now, even we go with ham, alright, and the word kibbut. And we'll go with Black America. Black, burnt, or hot. And it says, to the Egyptian word, him for servant, or for him the word majesty, or the Egyptian word kibbut, KMT for Egypt. Alright? But let's go to burnt and black. Give me some pictures of things being burnt. Pictures of burnt items.
Showing pictures that match.
Okay. And when the Bible means what? What happened to burnt? Oh, here we go. We got it. Burnt. I just want to ask you, Black America, Has the sun burnt you? That's what I'm gonna ask you. That you're black. I I just want to know. Let's see what some more burnt food look like. Come on, is you burnt? Are you burnt? Kemet, Afro-Asiatic or Hamo-Shemitic brothers and sisters. Because we did mix with you uh, hot-headed motherfuckers. That's the closest you gonna get to being burnt black or hot is your motherfucking attitude. I'm gonna keep it one funky with you. Other than that, you cannot be burnt. Who burnt you, black man? Who painted you black? And who made you hot? Because if I get a picture of burnt, this is what I'm getting. And if you burnt, that's a form of leprosy. See, if your face is supposed to look like this, and you're burnt, that's like a leprosy right there. You're overcooked. It's too much. See, when white folks say ham, black, Kemet, God burnt you? Hold up. Found some more burnt. Let's go back to some burnt. Let's go back to some more burnt. I mean, because a lot of y'all say y'all smart and shit. But this is how you gotta teach children. Honey, this is what it looks like when you're burnt. Okay? See, when you was born, you was nice and fluffy like this on the outside. Until, you start warming up, you was getting older and older. And then when you went outside yourself, right, you start getting a little darker. And now you get away from the Most High. Now you're all black on the outside. Who burnt you, Black America? Who burnt you? Yup. Not even having comedic science, burnt science, black science. Oh, the word Kemet, just another word for black. And universal power, it still means to be burnt. And in black culture, people like burning each other, man. We're talking about black people. We're not talking about other people. Well, the white man burned each other. We ain't talking about them niggas. We talking about you, black, hot, burnt niggas. Come on, burnt is beautiful. Yeah, bite that motherfucker and see what happens. You lose all your damn teeth. Ain't no vitamins in it. How you healthy if you burnt? Only thing I know that's burnt and black is charcoal and volcanic ash and stuff. What's another one? What's your fifth? Kush. What does the name Kush mean? What about cousins? Now, according to this, meaning name Kush is the Ethiopians, blackness. So why not just call them Kushites instead of Ethiopians? You see the names that the people that hate the children of man. We already got the seed of Cain hating the seed of Seth. Only due to the fact that you have a different seed that hates man that taught Cain to war in the flesh while they warred in the spirit. I always warned y'all about that name, Yahweh. 2 syllables. Be careful. Alright. So we get his name. Shem. I'm not gonna buy that name or Faye. Because it doesn't fit the narrative of Shem being the only one to go pray with Noah. In fact, let's get that. Who prayed with Noah the most? Who prayed with Noah in the Bible the most? How about this? Shem and Noah relationship. Not Jim, motherfucker. The prophet Shem and the prophet Noah relationship. Motherfuckers. There's a story about it. That Shem will always go with Noah to go talk to the Most High, while everybody else did their own thing. Now, here's I want to bring this out. It said that the Messiah would come through the line of Shem. Alright. What did it say? TV site, fuck it. Alright, check this out. Also, praise be the Lord, the God of Shem. Not S-E-M. Sem. Can we get that correct? Not S-E-M. S-H-E-M. Sh. Sh. Not se. Se. As in Satan or Satan, but sh. As in ish. Sh. or Isha, the god of Shem. This is considered to be the Messianic prophecy, and that it is the first indication that the lineage of the Messiah, hear this, the lineage of the Messiah, that he would be a descendant of Shem, and not Shem's brothers, Japheth or Ham. Alright? So, it would make sense for this Jew, this Turk, and his Greco-Roman, and their social construct, and their magic spells, and their fraternities, and their politics would not be a coincidence to want to claim this bloodline. Because isn't it ironic that Shem let's go backwards. Let's go backwards. We already did this already too. Noah's name means rest. The prophecy says that the lineage will go through Shem. So now, after the rest, right? After the rest and repose, the reset will go to who? Shem. This is why black, Kemet, Nubia, Islam is all arguing and fighting right now. Because these two are not in the program of the Chaldean dynasty. Because this is where the seed of Abraham, we're going right back to the seed of Abraham. And we show where it says from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, then Joseph. There is no Judah in this prophecy. I showed you that earlier in the thing. Matter of fact, who are all the patriarchs in the Bible? The patriarchs, not the children of Israel, the patriarchs. This is before Jacob. Of the Old Testament? Okay, let's see. So then he gave the covenant of circumcision, and so he begot Isaac, and circumcised him on the 8th day. And Isaac, Jacob, and calling Jacob the 12 patriarchs. And the patriarchs becoming envious. See the Canaanite? But Joseph in Egypt, Ibla, my Abi, my Robbie, God was with him. Through the envy of his other brothers, and yet the Most High was still with him. And nobody talks about this part. Nobody talks about this part. Now check this out. Patriarchs refer to men who founded or headed a family or a clan. All Jews, including the Jewish leaders in Stephen's audience, knew the first three patriarchs of the nation to be Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Abraham wasn't a Jew. Isaac wasn't a Jew, neither was Jacob. Where did they get that from? But okay. Patriarch Abraham, so there was no need for Stephen to identify them as such. He referred to the 12 sons of Jacob as the 12 patriarchs. Not Abraham. That doesn't make sense. But okay. Abraham was 99 years old when Yah appeared to Abraham and said to him, I am Almighty Yah. Walk before me and be blameless. This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you, your descendants after you. Every young male among you shall be circumcised. You shall circumcise in your fresh foreskin, and it shall be a sign of covenant between me and you. So now, we got that. Cut your penis part back off. Because in Sumer, if you see the hat, you see the foreskin in her hat. Remember, they had a lot of sex rituals going on. It was a sexual thing at the time. The more children you had, the bigger your kingdom could be. Who are the patriarchs? Okay. Once again, you notice who sold Joseph into slavery. Israel. You always send the Most High's chosen one to slavery. You always do that. Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, who sold Joseph into slavery. That's 13 against 1. But like I said, but Yah was with Joseph. And y'all don't want to talk about that. You want Judah. Hold up. Yeah, you want Judah. They're missing Reuben. Where the hell Reuben at? Oh, Reuben wanted him dead. But nonetheless, everybody else sold us into slavery. Israel, you want to talk about that? Do any Hebrew Israelite want to talk about that? Oh. So, I don't think they want to talk about that. You don't. You won't. You can't. And you ain't. I got you, player. I got you. I got you, player. I got you. I got you. Before we cut this out, let's hear what God is saying to us through these 12 names. Let's kill that. Kill that. Remember, the prophecy is through Shem. The Messiah is through Shem. Shem is the red man over there in Arcadia, where you have the red clay from Adam. See what I'm saying? Red clay, Arcadia, yeah. Alright? Copper, yeah. Messiah, red hole, hair like wool, yeah. Okay. Brass, not burnt, not black, but brass. Brass is not burnt or black. Sorry. No matter what color brass you get, yellow, orange, whatever color, it's never black. It's reddish. So now, the prophecy we'll leave that right there. Let God talk to us through his patriarchs, shall say. What does Simon means? Listen or hearing. Is that his name? Simeon. Oh, my fault. Might be the same thing, maybe. We don't know. We're about to find out. Nope, that ain't it. Okay, glasses, where you at? Shit. Okay, glasses, where you at? Where's the E? Here you go. Simeon. Okay, to be heard, reputation. Okay? So if you're from the tribe of Simeon, part of your nature is to be heard, reputation. Who's next? Levi. What does Levi mean in the Bible? United, join, or sometimes join in harmony. So, Levi is the harmony and the enjoyment or unison between the seed of Jacob and the Most High. Okay, that's why he's born. We got that. Who's next? Judah. What does Judah mean in the Bible? Thanksgiving or praise? So, the nature of Judah is giving praise or praising. Alright? That's it. Whether he's praising the Most High or giving thanks to the Most High, I mean, it's still wonderful, but it's just praise. And let's go even further. What does praise mean?
Here's the definition of praise. Express warm approval or admiration of.
See? Alright? That's Judah. What does Dan in the Bible mean? So, if you are a Danonite in your family or in genetic code, at some point in your decision in life, you're always being judged for your fuck ups. There's always a judgment waiting for you because for some reason you you just don't give a fuck. And if you do, it's very selfish in nature. Nath Naphtali. Naphtali. What does Asher in the Bible means? Happy am I. So, when he was born, the concubine was happy. Because remember, some of these babies from Jacob was not his actual pick. It just so happened to be some pussy laying around while his hard dad working in the field or something. Decided having a couple of sips, smoking some weed, pop him an X pill or two, man, knocked out some booty. Not booty hole, but you know what I mean. Keep it respectful. And so yeah, they was happy. Asher. But when Judah was being made, you know, it was pretty praised the Most High because Rebecca didn't have her baby yet. See, because there's a lot of things going on as we going through these names. The woman that Jacob loved is not having his baby. And the woman that loved Jacob wants his baby, and all these other girls is having a baby by her man. And she can't say now because it's her dad's will until this 7-year thing is up. And nobody teaches that story when it comes to the Most High talking to us through his words, deeds, and actions, and people's names. So Asher happy. But what was he thinking when he made, we're going to go do Zebulun. What do Zebulun mean in the Bible? I ain't say govern. What do Zebulun mean in the Bible? Fuck that. I want this. What do Issachar mean in the Bible? Issachar. Okay. This is one of Judah's little brothers. Same child from Leah, because Judah comes from Leah's coochie hole. But what does his name mean? Yeah, what does his name mean? His reward will come. Now, who was she thinking about when she said his world will come? Who's his mother? Leah. Now, if you look at the story, Jacob, firstborn with Leah, is Reuben. Alright? And they even got this all messed up. His siblings, Simon, Reuben, no the fuck they ain't. Not for real. Or you don't got the same dad, if they want to say it like that. Okay, done. But it comes down to the mother. That's my half brother, my half sister. Okay, cool. But they all didn't come out of the same womb. And each womb has its own genetic strand. So these is 12 different motherfuckers. But what's common is Judah, Leah, and Reuben have the same mother. And when Leah's having this baby called Issachar, and this is the fifth son of Jacob and Leah. This is the fifth of the 6 sons of Jacob and Leah. Alright? He's number 5 of Leah's 6 children. Rebecca probably didn't have hers yet. Joseph and Benjamin. So it would be sensible to show some respect to her baby's daddy and say, hey, his reward will come. Why? Because he wanted Rebecca and not Leah. Y'all don't want to talk about that story. And it said that he loved Joseph and Benjamin. Well, he loved Joseph more than all his children. You know, that got some fire up underneath his ass right there. You already know. Somebody pissed. Dad loved them more than me? Nah, we can't have that. We can't have Dad liking him more than me, or us, or, you know, we're gonna have to kill that nigga. You know, we're gonna have to take him out. Don't you know who he is? Don't you know who I am? I'm Judah. I'm the lion. Rawr. Now, here's the grand prize part. What does Joseph mean? Uh-oh. God will give. Now, just look at that, man. This. The difference between Joseph and see how they use Judah for the praise, but use Joseph for adding. See the language? See, as long as God's giving by using Joseph, you can always get a Judah or a praise out of it, or a thanksgiving. Judah likes being praised or being giving shit. But no, let's stick with just Joseph. And how Judah got in it, because Jesus is supposed to be from the seed of what? Judah. So how is Judah and Joseph's how was Judah on Joseph's birthday cake? Why is he even in the picture, man? to add, increase, or do again. When he made the word Yosef or Joseph, when the praise wanted to sell, look, God put Joseph to add, and the other tribes, the other tribes of Israel, or no, we'll say this, the other tribes of Jacob wanted to either kill what God had to add, or they sold what God was adding. That turns out to be a different story. It turns out to be a whole different story now. When you read it like that. Turns out to be a whole different story. Because now when you tell the story about the name, by the meaning of their names, now you're saying, oh, now I hear what the prophets are talking about. Now I hear the message behind reading this Bible in the revolution part. This is what the pagans missed. This is what the false scribes and the teachers missed. That's what they missed. You see, yep, that's exactly what they missed. That's exactly what they missed. Where's that paper at? Every time I'm going to be ready to read y'all something. I don't even know how long we've been on here yet. We'll do a time check. Holy shit, Batman. Another marathon. Shit. Well, at least it ain't me ranting and raving, but we're showing you something for this on this great, wonderful day. So yeah, that's the distinction between Joseph, God will add, Joseph, Yah will increase, versus Levi, harmony, Simeon, to hear, him or praise. Really, when you look up all the 12 names or 12 tribes, then you'll know the nature of, they will try to say, the 12 zodiacs. That's how they're trying to call you into certain things according to the 12 tribes. So be careful of that, saints. And to my Hebrew Muslim brothers and sisters, we love you. Thank you for your patience and your prayers. You know, we greatly appreciate that. We're done with that. Shows you that. What else? Benjamin. Increaser. Or look. That's what I tell you about Mr. Goldfish. He like the bubble. And Junkie Bunky had to double up. Increaser. You know what I mean? Get the increase. His name means he, the Lord, will add. That's right, the Most High will add. Explain that Yah's name is implied through night. It's really part of the Hebrew name. Yosef, Hebrew means Yah will add. Yah adds unexpected dimensions to the holy lives of those who do His will. Right? He adds the one important dimension which gives meaning to everything, the divine dimension. To the humble and holy life of Yosef, He added it, if I may put it this way, the lives of the, we ain't mixing that shit with it. We ain't mixing that with it either. It ain't got nothing to do with it. Well, we want to thank you guys for hanging out with another session. Oh, and remember, when the Greeks came, they changed Abraham's whole connection. So you might want to look up Odessa. That's what I'll probably be doing tonight. I'll probably go on YouTube, man, just type in Odessa and just see what's going on there. And then pick up little code names, like certain words just pop out. And you just look it up and you'll be like, oh shit, and you just be amazed at how much stuff is opened up. But also, notice what happens. In its true history, right, Genesis, alright, identifies Abraham's original hometown as Ur. Alright, so that means he's a Shemite. He's in Chaldees, right? He speaks Aramaic. They're familiar with ancient Ibla. They've traded with ancient Kush. Alright, so this is not nothing new. Only thing that becomes new is when Lot goes to Canaan. Boom, 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 we get that. He's still in Ur. Blah, 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 we still got that. But it wasn't until this city was refounded, meaning they redeveloped it into a Hellenistic, which was called Maccabees, before the book of Maccabees 1 through 5, but in other books. But we can find out what eras it was, and we can find out who was the co-inhabitants of Odessa, who was the enemies of Odessa, and like what cultures was around there, what animals. That could pretty much get you along. Now it says, what else? Let me see. So we have scriptures, prophecies, prophets. We have a starting point for the Hellenistic period. And we know that there are a Syriac Christian community here in America today. I think I've seen 2 of them myself. And so, back to the bloodline. Now, even right here, here's a clue. Here's a clue real quick. We're talking about David not being from the tribe of Judah, but living amongst the tribe of Judah. Here clearly it shows that Jacob is being called an Aramean because his 20 years spent around the Arameans. Jacob was there for 20-something years, man. So yeah, his language changed up, his swagger changed up a little bit, but he's not an Aramean. But let them tell it over there, he's an Aramean. He's not this. And they will argue that on that side of the fence. Because the people of 20 years, they don't know nothing about the years before that 22 started. The same thing with King David. He wasn't Just because he was born in Bethlehem, in the city of Judah, does not make him the blood of Judah. This is a prime example right here with Jacob being falsely accused of being something that he's not. Yeah, we fit in. Yeah, we may look like a little bit. We may talk like a little bit. Hell, we might even dress like a little bit. But I'm not Aramean because I've been here for 20 years. Just because I was born here in Pennsylvania doesn't mean I'm a Pennsylvanian. I just have some ideas of a Pennsylvania because I've been here all my life. But that's not me. I'm them. I'll give you another example. Being called black. Yeah, I may talk like your version of a black person. I may even walk like, hang out with, do some things familiar. But that's a learned behavior. But as I do some self-researching, I find out that is not my genetic code. That is not my culture. But since I've been raised in it, I can comment on it. Back to the burnt shit. I'm tired of being burnt. I'm tired of getting burnt. I'm tired of eating shit that is burnt. Come on, man. Because you was born somewhere doesn't make you part of that land. Another prime example. Black man running Africa. Okay. Because he was there for 200 years and he left America, he still ain't African. I can sit on your couch for 1,000 years. It's not going to make me a couch. It's not going to make me a part of your nature, of your essence. It'll just be me doing nothing. But how did I know he wasn't Aramean? Because of his bloodline, Aprashad. So what was he then? We almost stopped. So you notice it took the H out of Shem. When we go up here, where's it at? See Shem? Shem's son, Aram, is where we get Aramaic at. That's H, Shem's son, Aramaic, the language of God, from our father, from another father. By the time they got done with it, it turned out to be who? What's it at? What's that fucking word at? What's that Semite bullshit? So I get upset. This right here. SHM, sons of Aram. That's why the H is not in it, and they don't speak Aramaic, they speak Yiddish. Debate me on that. Somebody debate me on that. Shemites speak Aramaic. Semitics speak Yiddish. And it's called modern Hebrew, not ancient Aramaic. As any Jew scholar to debate me on that. Anyone. And after a few relations, Aram became Arabic. It was a union. Look, Abraham himself was a Semite. Hold up. Well, how? If Shem's son, Aram, Aramean, Aramaic language, I don't see Jew. I don't see Khazarian Jew. Ashkenazi, Russian, Greek, Roman. You don't see it. I see Hellenistic, Islamic. I don't see no Jew. "75 years old. He received a personal call from God as a Jew? Nope. As a black man? Nope. Speaking Yiddish? Obviously, nope. Not going to Canaan. You speaking modern version of Hebrew? Nope. That ain't gonna work. Let's see if the Hebrews had some money. Who did Terah, Abraham's father, work for? Check this out. Folks will be putting y'all down with this. This shit's deep, man. Folks don't put y'all down. Pete. Nimrod. Hold on. Here we go. Check this out. So this is told y'all this before. Get this shit out. Y'all believe me when I tell you that people hate you. Alright? Now we have America, has what, armed forces, right? Made Abraham's dad the highest official in the land, beloved and respected by all. So the next house of consciousness, or Kemet, or any other voodoo priest out there with that weird shit, talking about we don't have no science or no shit, you want to watch your mouth. On the night of Abraham's birth, Terah's friends and servants gathered in his house to celebrate. As they left his home, they looked up to the sky and saw a large star ascend from the east and swallow 4 stars from the 4 corners of the sky. It didn't descend, it ascended up. It's different than Jesus falling off the damn sky. Or some star falling off the sky. But this star swallowed the other 4 stars up. So that means Nimrod had 4 corners of the earth locked down. Like somebody have it again. All 4 corners of earth locked down. Excuse me. And this is out of Abraham's birth. So you can imagine concocting up stories about Jesus, how they would sound so similar. It's like Jacob, Joseph's dream. Our dreams always get attacked, or our visions. But okay. They understood this to mean that Terah's new son would ultimately conquer the land and vanquish his enemies. When Nimrod heard, he summoned Terah to his palace and commanded he bring his son to be killed. So, when we tell you that they're looking for the next Messiah, the next Abraham, the next Joseph. That is what the mass baby snatching and drinking the blood stuff is about. They need the blood of the new Messiah, or the blood or the plasma of the chosen ones. It's in TV all the time, it's in the movies all the time. All the time. So we know that our father Abraham, our grandfather Terah, has always been around kings of the world. Do they fuck up? Do they go against the Most High's will? Nonetheless, it's in our blood. And it's not surprising Black Wall Street, Brother Africa and them getting bombed. Tuskegee Airmen. Our young boys being turned into little girls. Our little girls is turned into eating, licking on coochie and being ultra aggressive. So it all makes sense. Because you are the bloodline that's going to produce a bloodline of conquerors. And the only way to stop that is to change your name, distract you, keep printing money. We don't care how much it costs. Just do not let those motherfuckers wake up. They know. As soon as that wave come in, where the scales fall off y'all faces, off y'all eyes, and y'all just like, oh shit, it's the rap. I haven't watched the deploration of a community happen so fast ever in my research of human evolution. No, social evolution. Only two advancements happened the past 30 years. The guy programmed the system, and the people being affected by the system. And there's the technology being created, and those use the technology to create more misery for others to look good for themselves. And that's a willing participation. That's some clever shit. It's clever. That's clever. To get somebody to sign up and clear conscious the soul to the good for a hot minute. Amazing. So if I want you to read this next time you call yourself a Hebrew Israelite, you cannot be a Abraham and still support your father's idols. You can't. Yes, God loves Israel, but Israel has other gods. That's the movie. You can't alter the damn movie. That's the movie, man. That's the movie. Abraham don't have no other gods or icons or idols before him. Or before the Most High. Not saying he wouldn't wear certain shit, it's just that they don't mean nothing. Look, it says his dad is chief with King Nimrod, man. See that Freemasonry 101? Tower of Babel? The Oath of Nimrod? They come to kill the seed of Abraham. From ancient to present. What we doing here? Here's the address. I don't know if it's still there or not. See? Beautiful church. Stained glass ceiling inside. Look at it. Oh, somebody just knocked it off. I didn't even touch it, y'all. So somebody just knocked that motherfucker off. As the Most High knows, somebody just knocked that bitch off. Okay, So let's get to this Oath of Nimrod. Now, Nimrod's worried about who these niggas coming to swallow up my four kingdoms. Hey, Terra, if you don't go get that nigga so we can kill his ass. That's why sometimes I wonder if my grandma gonna try to sacrifice my monkey ass. I don't know. Sometimes I think about it. And then my mom and the rest of them, somebody has something to do with it. So it just fell on everybody else. I watched some movies and heard of shit like that. When you made a promise to sacrifice a child or make sacrifices, this and that. And no matter how much you tried, you just couldn't do it. You know, it's like, definitely your turn is coming. But you're going to have to see what your decisions cost. When Nimrod heard, hold on. When Nimrod heard, he summoned Terah to his palace, commanded to bring his son to kill. promising law. Excuse me. Ooh. When he said to bring your son to be killed, promising vast riches in return. Fam, talking about a family sacrifice. You think family sacrifices is not real? It's sad though. Listen to this. As you know, Abraham, the Hebrew Muslim, was no broke motherfucker. And they knew about science because it says this. The Mech asked him about a horse he gave him. And he asked Nimrod, if I gave this horse away, you'd be pretty upset. Because you gave it to me. One of your best horses, King. He said, yeah, you never... Well, hell no, I wouldn't agree to that. That would be ridiculous. And matter of fact, Nimrod even says, Terah, father of Abraham, you're quite wealthy. And nothing can replace the horse I gave you, which is the best in the land. So Terah got the best. So Abraham had the best. This is precisely what you're asking me of, Terah argued. What can money do to replace my own child? Furious, Nimrod threatened. If you do not bring me your child, I will kill your entire family, nigga. Check this out, man. Where do you think the mob come from, man? Let me pull this back up for you. Let me pull this back up for you. Show you who y'all fucking with, man. Freemason, Oath of Nimrod. Nimrod threatened, if you don't bring me your child, I will kill your entire family. Oath of Nimrod. If you don't bring me your children, your child, I will kill your entire family, nigga. You hear that shit? Terah was undeterred. He secretly hid Abraham in the cave together with his mother and wet nurse, and provided them with food and on a monthly basis. This is where young Abraham spent his first few years of his life. Read Nimrod, the biblical hunter. Terah, the idol worshiper. He made idols for the who? Nimrod, the biblical hunter. The oath. I will kill your fucking family if you don't bring me that child. Look. How can you be Israel still worshiping? Look, only way you cannot be Israel is when you're no longer worshiping idols of any sort. No business selling deities. Not satisfied with this, Abraham took an action to destroy all but one of his father's idols. So as long as Israel has what? His father's idols, it's never change. She watching to the stars. She worshiping the stars. Islam, moon. Christianity back then would be the sun worship. Okay, that might be it. But there's some footnotes and I just try to keep y'all abreast. Don't fall back. It's the rap. Mr. Kim Fogelmore Jose said we love you, man. We pray that y'all enjoyed this presentation. But y'all see the oath. Y'all see what it's hitting for. I don't want to keep playing this stuff over and over and over again. It's not that I hate or don't hate, like or dislike or this or that. It's none of my business. We're just putting some things together that we see under this Freemason 101, Thanksgiving Square, Tower of Babel, the Oath of Nimrod, and here's the structure. Each pain means something. So they took time off of that. Heavenly Father, we thank you for letting us make this video. We ask that you confirm it. We ask that you would let it saturate people's hearts and their minds, help them do further research and or confirm the research. We pray that you be glorified. By powerspirit.com. You probably for me, not through me. We say thank you. We love you guys.